Hello everyone, my name is Robert Hersey. Welcome to today's virtual workshop titled ACT in Action, Applying Acceptance and Commitment Therapy to Support Recovery from Substance Use Disorders. This workshop is being made available through a collaboration between the Florida Department of Children and Families and FADA. A PDF file of today's PowerPoint presentation and a participant activity guide were emailed to all participants via Constant Contact. If you do not have these documents, they are available now on the FADA website and will be posted in the chat panel momentarily. If you haven't done so already, please download or print these documents as you will need them throughout today's workshop. Today's workshop will feature both presenter instruction and breakout rooms for small group activities. You will be able to interact with the presenter by answering poll questions and typing your questions or comments in the chat. Please note, we will answer questions as time permits and will answer as many questions as possible. This workshop will be 4 hours long and will feature one 15-minute break. During the presenter's instruction, your microphone will be disabled. However, you will be able to unmute your microphone in your breakout rooms. Please note that participation in all small group activities is mandatory. Our audio is broadcast through the internet to your computer. If you experience poor audio at any time during today's presentation, there are a few options you can try. For computer audio, first click the up arrow next to Audio Settings. Then click Leave Computer Audio. Next, click Join Audio, and then click Join with Computer Audio and follow the instructions on screen. If you continue to experience poor audio through your computer, you may try calling into the presentation. Instructions for doing so will be posted in the chat panel soon. The recording and materials used in today's presentation will be available on the FADA website within 30 business days. To access the recording and PowerPoint, visit www.fada.org, navigate to the Resource Center, and click on Training Library. A Certificate of Achievement and CEUs for up to 3.5 continuing education credits are available for participating in today's workshop. CEUs are available for individuals licensed through the Board of Nursing, the Board of Clinical Social Work, Marriage and Family Therapy, Mental Health Counseling, and for those credentialed through the Florida Certification Board. There are a few requirements to earn a Certificate of Achievement in CEUs for this workshop. First, you must attend the entire workshop, and you must have your camera enabled. Second, you must participate in each breakout room activity. 3, you must complete the post-workshop evaluation. The evaluation will populate automatically at the end of today's workshop. We encourage you to complete the evaluation immediately. You will receive a follow-up email in 24 hours with the evaluation link. The evaluation will close in 3 business days. Certificates of Achievement and CEUs will be distributed within 30 business days from the close of the evaluation. This presentation is intended solely for educational purposes. The views, opinions, information, and content expressed in the presentation are those of the presenter and do not necessarily reflect the views, opinions, or policies of the state of Florida, the Florida Department of Children and Families, FADA, or the Florida Behavioral Health Association. Attendees should note that sessions are recorded and published in various media. Our presenter today will be Gabriela Zapata-Alma. Gabriela is a nationally recognized expert, leader, speaker, author, and educator in the fields of trauma, substance use, mental health, and violence. Gabriela holds a lifetime appointment as director of the Advanced Alcohol and Other Drug Counselor Training Program at University of Chicago and serves as associate director at the National Center on Domestic Violence, Trauma, and Mental Health. With 2 decades of experience, Gabriela has supported individuals impacted by collective and interpersonal violence through innovative, evidence based programs spanning clinical care, housing, peer led services, HIV integrated care, and resource advocacy. As a person with lived experience of violence, its traumatic effects, and recovery, Gabriela's work centers on intergenerational healing and humanizing approaches to care. Currently, Gabriela leads national capacity building initiatives, consults on trauma informed policy and research, authors best practice guidance, and maintains a boutique practice, GZA Inc., providing trauma therapy, clinical supervision, consultation, and training. And now I would like to welcome our presenter, Gabriela. Gabriela, I will turn it over to you.
Thanks so much, Robert, and thanks so much, everyone, for joining us today. I know it can be hard to make the time to really engage in this length of a workshop, but I'm so glad that you've been able to, and I hope that we take away some things that we can put into practice right away. I'm Gabriela. It's my pleasure to be here with you today. So here are our learning objectives. So as a result of participating in today's session, you'll be able to recognize the relationship between psychosocial rigidity and ongoing substance use disorder challenges. You'll be able to describe the 6 core processes of acceptance and commitment therapy and explain how psychological flexibility supports recovery from substance use disorders. And you'll be able to practice at least 3 ACT-based interventions, including diffusion, values clarification, willingness, and self as context to address substance use disorder related cravings and shame. And so we're going to start out with our first poll. And the question is, how familiar are you with using ACT to support substance use disorder recovery? And options include very familiar with applying ACT to SUD, very familiar with ACT, but not in relationship to SUD, somewhat familiar, but still have more to learn. I've heard of ACT and I'm curious about it, or I have no idea what ACT is or how it would apply to SUD. And there's no right or wrong answers here. It's just helpful to get a sense of where our group is at today. And so we'll give that another few moments here, and then we'll share out the results. Robert, what are some of those results coming in?
It looks like they're split pretty evenly between somewhat familiar but still have more to learn. And I've heard of ACT and am curious about it. There's a couple that say I have no idea what ACT is or how it would apply, and one very familiar.
Great. Well, thanks so much, everyone. You are in the right place. So first, I want to share a little story so we can get a sense of how this can support folks and get a little sense of, how something like acceptance and commitment therapy, also known as ACT, might be used in tobacco cessation. And so this is a story that comes from my own life. I smoked cigarettes for 10 years. And the first 5 years that I smoked cigarettes, I was in pre-contemplation. So for folks who are familiar with stages of change, you already know what that means, but I'll also describe it a little bit. I did not see smoking cigarettes as a problem. I really was not considering any kind of change around my smoking. And was really very much engaged in smoking and happy to be doing it and didn't see any problem with it. Now, for the second 5 years of my 10 years smoking cigarettes, for that second 5 years, I was in contemplation. And so in contemplation, I was kind of asking myself, you know, how does smoking align with my long-term goals? Do I have any concerns about the health impacts? What should I think about quitting? And so, and this is very common for people, right? This is why we talk about things like stages of change, where we spend a long time in pre contemplation and then we spend a long time in contemplation. Now, there came a point where I did decide to quit. And, I found those internal reasons, like we often say in motivational interviewing, we have to be clear on the why before the how. So I connected with those reasons that were really meaningful to me in my own life and my own history. And then from there, made the decision that I was going to quit. Now, something I came to learn in the time that I was going through that journey quitting, this was now back in 2010, something that I learned was that wanting a cigarette was not the same as having a cigarette. That I could experience the desire for a cigarette, I could experience it in my body, I could experience thoughts that would say, man, I really wish I could have a cigarette right now, or ooh, a cigarette would be the right thing right now, right? Um, I could experience that, but that my behavior didn't need to follow just because I was feeling those cravings or I was having those thoughts, right? So, kind of unhooking the feelings, thoughts, and sensations related to using with the behavior of using. That was something that was really important for me in my tobacco cessation journey. Something else that I came to recognize as the years went on, because we know that cravings can last a long time. And that even for a person who no longer experiences cravings, something can come up that brings that craving back up. And so, down the road, something that I came to realize was that when I was having that experience of wanting a cigarette, I didn't even actually want the cigarette. I was experiencing a craving. And so, even being able to separate a state of desire of actually wanting something from just the experience of a craving, right? And acceptance and commitment therapy. So at this point, I'd never heard of it. I had never taken classes or trainings in it, and I'd certainly never used it in my work yet. So when I came to learn acceptance and commitment therapy, I recognized so many of the things that I had just naturally gone through in my quitting journey. And so recognize things that, and I'm going to use some different ACT terms here. And if you're like, that sounds really weird to me. I can't even imagine what that means. No worries. We're going to go through and we're going to define each of these terms, and we're going to do different activities to help us get a sense of what it feels like. But some of the things that I just illustrated in ACT, we call cognitive diffusion. So cognitive diffusion is when we can see our thought as a thought rather than taking it literally and then having our behavior react to that thought. So, in the way that I was able to separate the thought, I want a cigarette, from the action of having a cigarette, right? That there was recognizing the thought as a thought, not as something that I need to then have a behavioral reaction towards. Another piece here was also being able to, what we often call urge surf, right? So being able to notice cravings and then notice them as craving experiences and kind of surf those different cravings without having to use in response to that craving. And so that's something that we'll spend some time on together this afternoon. And then really recognizing that when I was in that kind of diffuse state, being able to see my thoughts as thoughts, my sensations as, and then I was able to align my behavior with my goal, right? And my goal was really anchored around my health, right? As well as actually some economic goals as well. Around that time, cigarettes were really getting expensive in the place where I lived. So there was some health goals informing me, there were some economic goals informing me. And so in that way, I was able to use that cognitive diffusion to see my thoughts as thoughts, feelings as feelings, sensations as sensations. And then I was able to align my behavior with my values and my goals, and then take action that was aligned with my goals and my values, which at that point was not smoking, quitting smoking, and continuing to engage in that in those health goals and in the saving money goals. Now, as I tell this story, I don't mean to paint it like it was just this simple fix or, I never had a cigarette again. That would be really unrealistic and really rare, to be quite frank, in the experience of tobacco cessation and substance use disorder recovery. And so there absolutely were moments where I did not select a course of action that was aligned with those goals and those values. And when that when I did make that choice or that did happen in my journey, it was an learning opportunity where I was then able to have a better understanding of what I needed and what were some of those kind of risky situations or those pain points that I needed to have some more skills around, some more support around, and just even more insight. Right. So, for example, when experiencing grief, right, understanding that my cravings became a lot louder when I was experiencing grief, right? And this is a really common experience. And so I share that story so that as we go through, we can get a sense of how ACT can actually show up in a person's life and in their journey of recovery. So, why ACT for substance use disorder recovery? So it's really common in recovery that we experience setbacks on the path of our goals, right? And like I just shared, there's always something to learn from it. As long as we can stay alive through those setbacks, there's always something to learn from it. We know that shame plays a large role in ongoing substance use disorder. That shame can really drive chaotic use and ongoing use and ongoing SUD. We also know that trauma exposure is common amongst people who are living with a substance use disorder. And that some of the approaches that maybe that people attempt to use in their own path of recovery, might not be as helpful, might not be as effective. And so, attempts to control their substance use, and I don't mean like a managed use, that's not what I'm talking about, but like what I'm talking about here is this kind of sense, and maybe you've heard it sometimes, where someone just kind of goes, that's it, I'm just never going to use again. And then you notice that they're really like their white knuckling recovery is often what I call it, is that like they're like holding on for dear life, to the point where there's so much strain, and we know that we might get some short-term movement towards recovery there, but that's going to be really hard to maintain long term, right? And that avoidance based approaches also have their limitations. So whereas control based approaches tend to be brittle, and it's kind of like as soon as the challenge gets hard enough, it kind of breaks a little bit. Versus long term recovery, we tend to have more flexibility with long term recovery. And then with avoidance, we think about like, yes, it's important to know people, places, things. It's important to know what might kind of bring up some different craving experiences. And we'll talk later about how to use avoidance of those common cues to use, sometimes also called triggers. We'll talk about later how to do that within an ACT framework. But if we're only using avoidance, then that can be really life narrowing, right? And recovery has to be about much more than just what we're not doing. It has to be about the life we are building that makes recovery worth it, right? And very often in avoidance based approaches, we kind of get into this cycle where we can think about it as like if someone's like, don't think about monkeys. And then now all you're thinking about is monkeys, right? Life has to be a lot more for us to be able to really engage in the hard work of recovery. And so something that makes ACT a little bit different here is that it's based on the willingness to experience our thoughts, feelings, and sensations. So rather than running away from a thought or trying to numb a grief that we may be carrying with substances, we are building some tools and then cultivating our willingness to feel what is coming up for us so that then we can be in touch with it, but we're not letting it rule our life. And so, a way that we often talk about willingness is that if our life is kind of like a river and that water, those thoughts, feelings, and emotions are always flowing, we are kicking off our shoes and socks and we are just wading in the water. We're just dangling our feet off the dock and dipping our toes in those thoughts, feelings, and emotion and sensations, rather than like getting flooded by them and kind of getting really overwhelmed by them. So we're developing skills to be able to do this. So when ACT is very recovery oriented and trauma informed. And so it's very person centered. The person's the expert on their own experience. It's very relational. It's a validating approach. It's strengths based. It does foster empowerment and it affirms people's autonomy. And so here, I want to invite folks to put in the chat what are other evidence supported approaches to substance use disorder and recovery that share these principles? And if I could get a little help with hearing what's coming up in the chat.
Yeah, I see EMDR, I see motivational interviewing, CBT, client-centered, solution-focused, DBT, positive psychology, so a good mix of clinical models.
Yeah. Thanks so much. And thanks so much, everyone. That's absolutely right. So there's so many things that you are already doing that really align with acceptance and commitment therapy. And ACT blends really nicely with all the different things that people have put in the chat. And part of the reason is that ACT is a third wave behavioral intervention, and for a long time was actually considered just a kind of a specialized form of CBT in some ways. And so for folks who are using CBT, DBT, maybe relapse prevention therapy and motivational interviewing, there's a lot of ways that we approach people already that really overlap with how we're going to continue approaching them in ACT. And so I find that when we're learning something new, it's really helpful to focus on, okay, what am I actually already doing that's a part of this model? And then that helps highlight some of the things that we could start adding in little by little to what we're already doing. Right? And that's part of being strengths based with ourselves. So now we come to our next poll. And so here the question is, what's most challenging for the people you support in substance use disorder recovery? And so we have options like cravings, stigma from others, shame, or sometimes called self-stigma, trauma activation, hopelessness, and navigating barriers to meet basic needs. And so we'll give it another like 30 seconds or so while folks think about it and make their selection in the poll.
So the two biggest responses are cravings and navigating barriers to meet basic needs, but honestly, all of them have a few answers each. So it seems like it's almost split six different ways.
Yeah. So you're seeing all of these show up in one way or another. And we know, right? We know from recovery capital and from working with people that people really do need their basic needs met and that is really essential. We often talk about how we can have the best service in the world, but if people don't have transportation to make it there, or if people don't have, are worried about where they're going to sleep that night, that's going to be really hard for the therapy or the recovery coaching or whatever the services that you're offering to really take root, right? And so navigating those barriers to meet basic needs is really critical. And then cravings. We know cravings can last a really long time. Oh my goodness, I have had cravings last 5 to 7 years after stopping. I have had, and even then, right, faced with cravings again as, a really challenging life experience comes up. And that's just from my journey, right? Everybody's journey is slightly different. We share some similarities, but ultimately our recovery path is unique. And so we want to, I want you to keep these challenges in mind as we continue and then reflect on how ACT might be useful in these different challenges. So, what is ACT? It's a third wave behavioral therapy. It improves recovery and well being through psychological flexibility and values living. And I'm going to define those. And we will continue kind of defining a lot of these different words. ACT has a lot of different, very specific key terms that we don't hear a whole lot in some of the other approaches or outside of ACT, I should say. And so I'll be sure to kind of define those as we go. And then, always feel free, like if you Google it or something, like it'll come up as well. But psychological flexibility is the ability to be present, to open up to difficult emotions, thoughts, and sensations. And then values based living is the ability to take action that's guided by our core values, even when we're experiencing discomfort, right? And so, in other words, we don't necessarily need to feel different or to be cured in order to take action in building the life we want to live. A life that is based on what matters to us, which is really informed by our core values. And then within ACT, we define experiential avoidance as a key underlying challenge in substance use disorder. So, experiential avoidance is the things we do or the things we avoid doing in order to avoid an unwanted experience, meaning an unwanted thought, feeling, sensation. So, here it's often characterized by short term relief, but long term narrowing of life. Our life choices kind of get narrower and narrower. Another way of thinking about this is short-term relief, but long-term pain, right? And so within ACT, we understand substance use and disorders as an avoidance strategy to some of the thoughts, feelings, and sensations that people are having a hard time being present with. And so that's where the experiential avoidance comes in. We also see experiential avoidance in many, many things that are not just substance use disorders. For example, the experience of cutting. Very often people cut or engage in whatever form of self-injury they may be engaging in as a way to manage emotions, as a way to change how they're feeling, or sometimes people feel overwhelming numbness, or might be experiencing some trauma material, like things like, disassociation, and then engage in self-injury to at least feel something and override that overwhelming sense of numbness. And so that experiential avoidance, it comes up in a lot of different kinds of challenges that people might seek support around, including substance use disorders. ACT is evidence supported. So it's well studied over the past 30 plus years. As of early 2025, there was close to 1,350 randomized controlled trial studies, and it has demonstrated positive effects across substance use disorder, anxiety, depression, pain, and co-occurring substance use disorder and mental health. And this includes trauma and PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. It's often compared to the wait list, which is then like compared to people not receiving any kind of service. It's also compared to treatment as usual, so kind of whatever they would do normally in that site. And there are also some head-to-head studies with CBT. When we look at ACT versus CBT, which we know that CBT has very well documented effectiveness, we see that there are some similar effectiveness, and that with ACT, sometimes there's longer term positive effects. And so there was, I want to highlight one study in particular by Lanza and their colleagues. And this was a study that was done, it was in a correctional setting, and it was substance use disorder treatment for women within that correctional setting. And what was found in that study was that CBT had better treatment outcomes at the end of treatment. But then when they followed up 6 months post treatment, the people who had received ACT actually had better outcomes. And so, I'm not sharing that to put down CBT at all. CBT has a very well documented effectiveness, but I do find it interesting that ACT may, right? This study suggests that ACT may have more benefit over the longer term, maybe when people are no longer in our care, and that's ultimately our goal. Right? Our goal is long-term recovery and supporting people with that long-term recovery. So now we're going to dive into the core concept of ACT, which is the hexaflex. See that these are the 6 core processes. Now, I realize that especially if this might be your first time looking at this hexaflex, that it can be a lot. I know the first time I looked at it, I was like, this is fascinating, but what? And so don't worry, we're going to take it just piece by piece here. We're going to look at the hexaflex from a couple different views, and then we're going to take a deeper dive into some key points in the hexaflex over this afternoon. So if you are looking at this and thinking like, oh my goodness, what in the world is this? Don't worry, we're going to talk about it. We're going to work through it together. So this hexaflex, it represents and acts as a guide for improving mental health and substance use by encouraging a shift from avoiding pain to engaging with life. Right? That is what the hexaflex is all about. Rather than focusing on doing things that avoid pain, we are going to focus on how do we build the life that matters and engage with a life that is personally meaningful to us. You'll see that the words in bold are the part that are psychological flexibility. That's what we want, is psychological flexibility. The parts that are in parentheses are psychological inflexibility. That is what within ACT we are seeing is often driving the substance use disorder and the other sources of hardship, whether that's anxiety, depression, etc. And so here I'm going to start, and let's like pretend it's kind of like a clock face, right? I'm going to start with acceptance. So at that kind of like 7, 8 o'clock kind of place on the hexaflex. So I'm going to go through each of these. I'm going to go in a clockwise motion and just talk through each of the points on this hexaflex. So first is acceptance, and this is acceptance of life's difficulties. So here, one way to think about it is the willingness to feel versus experiential avoidance. And so within acceptance, we are teaching skills and supporting somebody to make room for uncomfortable emotions, sensations, and thoughts rather than suppressing them or fighting them, right? If we're suppressing those uncomfortable emotions, sensations, and thoughts, they just come out in some other way, and they come out in a way that we can't always predict or control. I often think about if we're like holding a beach ball underwater, at some point it slips from our grasp and then just shoots out in, this kind of random, unpredictable way, right? It's the same thing with our emotions, thoughts, and sensations when we're suppressing them. And if we're fighting them, then we're wrestling with those uncomfortable or unwanted experiences rather than living the life that we want to live, right? So that's acceptance. We're going to now move to that kind of like 10 o'clock point in the hexaflex. Here we have cognitive diffusion. So cognitive diffusion is the acceptance of thoughts, feelings, and sensations as thoughts, feelings, and sensations. Another way of thinking about this is unhooking from those thoughts, feelings, and sensations versus getting fused, cognitively fused with those thoughts, feelings, and sensations. Another way of saying that is getting hooked by them, right? And that language, unhooking versus getting hooked by, is language that you can use in your sessions, and that it tends to be really clear for people and helps them talk about, I will say it's a lot clearer than trying to talk about cognitive diffusion versus fusion in session. And it's something that as we're talking with people and they're kind of naming something and how they, let's say how they used a substance because they were feeling a lot of grief, right? And we can say, like, yeah, like you got really hooked by that thought, right? Or you got really hooked by that craving. Or the opposite, I was able to notice the craving and I was able to surf it. And then we can say, wow, what helped you unhook from it? Right? So that can be some helpful language there when it comes to cognitive diffusion. So with cognitive diffusion, we are changing our relationship to our thoughts, feelings, and emotions. So rather than kind of drowning in them, we are seeing our thoughts, feelings, and sensations as passing, harmless events rather than absolute truths or commands, right? And so we'll go into some different metaphors that help us to do that, right? So just to restate that, we're changing our relationship to our internal experiences by seeing them as passing harmless events rather than absolute truths or commands. Now we're going to move to that 12 o'clock point on the hexaflex. That is present moment awareness, contact with the present moment. So we can think of this as mindfulness versus getting stuck in the past or in the future. And so here we're consciously connecting with the here and now with an open and curious attitude, right? So we're present and here in the now, right? We are accepting and open to thoughts that are coming up for us. And the way that we relate to them is with curiosity, with openness. continuing, and now we're at that kind of like 2 o'clock point in the value that is called values. So values, this is values-based direction versus a lack of direction, right? And a lack of contact with values. So here we're clarifying what's most meaningful for us, for the person, right, in their own life. And then that guides their behavior. So it's both values clarification and then using those values as a guide for your behavior. And so, for example, someone might have a core value of being loving or being creative or being a survivor, right? Or being an advocate, or they might have a core value of family. And so here it's really clarifying and then anchoring in those values. So that is our North Star. Now going to that kind of like 4 o'clock point on the hexaflex, we get to committed action. So here, this is values plus action. So it's values-driven action versus inaction or being stuck. And so here, it's taking concrete, effective steps towards one's values, even when obstacles or difficult emotions arise. And when I say obstacles, I mean just like, things that are challenging. But again, it's important here that we are incorporating resource advocacy and helping people connect to those different resources and helping them overcome those barriers. ACT is not at all saying like, oh, they could figure out transportation if it really mattered to them. That is not what ACT is saying, right? But ACT is helping people stay in contact with that values-driven action while they access help from us to then, help overcome those obstacles, right? And then now we're going to come to that 6 o'clock point on the hexaflex where it says self as context. And this is one of the parts of the hexaflex that I think is kind of the most abstract in a way. And we're going to spend some time on it later in the afternoon, including an experiential activity. And so here, the self as context is our ability to detach from some of those stories we tell ourselves about ourselves and our experience. And so here it's self as context versus self as content, right? So I'm going to give you an example. So in my journey of quitting smoking, there were certainly many times where I would feel a craving, right? And so I might have a thought like, I really want a cigarette, or like, oh, I really want to smoke right now. Now, self as content with a T at the end would have that thought and then immediately go, oh, I want a cigarette. I want a cigarette. I want a cigarette. And would just believe that thought, would just take it as a command, would take it literally, and would, if I was doing anything other than getting a cigarette in that moment, I'd be really using control, right? To try to keep myself from smoking. That white knuckling of it, right? Just like, holding on for dear life. Self as context, right? With that X in there, self as context, notices that thought, oh, I really want to smoke. Notices that thought as a thought, and then is curious about what's underneath it, is able to use cognitive diffusion, right? All of this goes together to see that thought as a thought, and then to look at it and go, from the observing self, right? From the place of observing self, being able to go, I wonder what's coming up for me right now that this thought is coming up. I wonder if I'm feeling stressed right now. And this is something that I'm used to going to when I feel stressed. I wonder if I'm hungry. And cigarettes is something that kind of takes away my appetite if I can't eat in that moment. I wonder if I'm feeling tired and I'm kind of looking for that little kick that cigarette gives me of focus, right? Like there are reasons we use different things, right? We have reasons. And so being able to be open and curious, right? That present moment awareness, we see that coming in, being able to be present and open within that state of cognitive diffusion, willingness and acceptance to come into contact with that thought and that internal experience. And then from there, to notice it from the observing self and be able to then be curious, see what it might actually be about. And then that supports us in taking that values-based action, right? And so that observing self, it's developing a sense of self that is separate from our thoughts, feelings, and experiences. So we're the observer of the thought or the feeling rather than just being the feeling or being the thought, right? And so there's a lot of ways that we can help people with this. But thinking about, for example, when we're using reflective listening and someone's saying, I just really had to have a drink in that moment. And we can reflect back to them. You were having a really strong craving in that moment, right? We start just in our language, helping them to separate their self, their observing self, from the transient state of experiencing a craving, right? Or sometimes people will come to us and they'll say, I can't believe I did that. I'm such an idiot. And then we can reflect back to them, you're having some harsh, self-critical thoughts come up right now. Or, yeah, you're having a thought about how you wish you could have done something different. Or you're really feeling ashamed in this moment, right? So we start in our reflective listening to name the thoughts as thoughts, the feelings as feelings, the sensations as sensations, as a way to help them connect with their observing self and come into that place of cognitive diffusion where they can know, right? It's kind of like we're back on that dock. Our thoughts, feelings, and sensations are that river, and we're back sitting on that dock, dipping our toes in that river rather than drowning in the river, right? Now we're going to go to another view of this hexaflex. So we see that same hexaflex in the background there, and we can see that there are these kind of three main categories or processes. One is opening up. Another one, the middle one, is getting centered. And then the last one, the rightmost one, is then getting engaged, right? And so here, that opening, right, includes that acceptance, that willingness, that cognitive diffusion. That centering is being able to make contact with the present moment, as well as self as context, being able to be present from that place of observing self. And those two together, being open and being centered, are the mindfulness and acceptance processes. Then engaged has to do with our values and values-based action. And then when we take centered and engaged processes together, that's commitment and behavioral activation. I know the CBT folks in the room are like, yes, I know those words. And that a lot of times we do have to behave our way into new ways of thinking, right? That it's all connected. And so another way, I'm going to give you another view of the hexaflex that frankly is my favorite and really simplifies it into three things. Be present, open up, do what matters, right? Being present is being in contact with the present moment, flexibly paying attention to what is happening and engaging in the here and now experience, right? From that place of observing self. Second, open up, diffusion and acceptance, right? We are separating our observing self from our thoughts and our feelings. We're seeing our thoughts and our feelings as what they truly are, just thoughts and feelings. We're making room for them and we're allowing them to come and go, right? As they do. Not that no thought, no feeling is going to stay here forever. They're going to come and go, right? And then third, do what matters. This is our values, our committed action that is about getting started and then continuing those life enhancing actions. So things that build our life that is worth living, that makes recovery worth it. I remember working with an older gentleman, a veteran, and I remember one of the things he shared with me, so incredibly wise. He shared with me, if recovery was just about giving up drugs, I'd have no reason to do it, right? And so this is where the do what matters comes in, right? We don't have to wait for some magical moment to be able to start doing the things that help us build the life that we want to live and that is aligned with what matters most to us. Now this triflex, it comes from Russell Harris's book Act Made Simple. There's a lot of great books on ACT that you'll see in the references for these slides and that I'm happy to say more about. But if you were just going to pick one book, I would say this is the one to go for. It is not specific to substance use disorders, but everything in there is certainly relatable to the helping people along their path of recovery. But he really does a great job with simplifying a lot of this, and which is helpful as we get started with something that might be newer. All right, so now we're going to do our first experiential activity. It's called Passengers on a Bus. So there are a lot of different metaphors that get used in ACT. And so metaphors help us to relate to ourselves differently and have models for how to not take our thoughts so literally and be able to connect with the observing self, right? All those different things we just talked about. And something that's really nice about these metaphors is that once we have used them with somebody, now we have this shared language for when they're telling us about things that are coming up for them, either in the moment, right? Different thoughts and feelings they're having while they're with us, or have happened, leading up to our time with them. We have this shared language now where we can kind of point out like, oh, that was a really loud passenger, right? Of course, right now we haven't done it yet, so you might not know what that would mean. But once we do this metaphor together, it creates a really nice shared language for that talk therapy, that recovery coaching, for however you may be supporting folks. And these are things that can be done in group settings as well as one-on-one. So let's take a few moments and just get comfortable in our seat. You can close your eyes if you'd like to, or you can just soften your gaze, allowing your gaze to fall towards the floor. Take a slow breath in and out. And again, allowing your breath to get slower and deeper. In and out. Just being here. I'd like to invite you to imagine that you are the driver of a bus. This bus represents your life. You are in the driver's seat. As the driver, you get to choose where the bus is headed, toward what matters to you, your values, the kind of life you want to build. Now imagine that there are passengers on your bus. These passengers represent your thoughts, feelings, memories, and internal experiences. Some passengers might be kind, encouraging, or helpful. Others might be critical, loud, even frightening. You might hear things like, "You're not good enough. This is too hard. You're going to fail," or even painful memories showing up. Sometimes these passengers don't just sit quietly. They might stand up, move closer to you, or start shouting directions. They might say things like, "Turn around, don't go that way. If you keep going, something bad will happen." And often, what we naturally want to do is stop the bus, or argue with the passengers, or try to throw them off the bus. But what usually happens when we do that? We get stuck. The bus stops moving, and we don't get any closer to where we want to go. Now imagine something different. Instead of trying to silence the passengers or get rid of them, you allow them to be there. They can talk, they can complain, they can even be loud. But your hands stay on the wheel. You are still the driver. You don't have to obey the passengers, even the loud or scary ones. You can notice them, make space for them, and keep driving in the direction that matters to you. Take a moment to imagine, where's your bus headed right now? What direction matters to you? Who or what is important enough that you'd be willing to keep driving, even with difficult passengers on board? As you continue driving, the passengers may still be there. Some may quiet down, some may not. But the key is you are moving. You are living your life, not waiting for the bus to be empty. Gently bring your awareness back to the room. Notice your body in your seat. Breathing in and out. And when you're ready, open your eyes and join us again. Thanks so much, everyone. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go into a small group discussion. And so in your small group discussion, think of a person that you are supporting right now. And while guarding their confidentiality and not disclosing any potentially identifying information, talk about what bus passengers are showing up for this person. What behaviors are they using in response to these passengers? How does their behavior map onto the ACT hexaflex of psychological flexibility and or inflexibility? How might you teach or coach them to use the ACT triflex? Be present, open up, do what matters. We'll be in our small breakout rooms for 15 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. We'll give folks just a few moments here to return from the breakout rooms. Welcome back. So would love to hear from, one or two people just how it went as you were thinking about this metaphor and the passengers on the bus and kind of what some of your takeaways were. So if there's anyone who want to share anything that came up for them as they were doing this activity or as they were thinking about someone that they support.
I have a question. Can I answer?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
In a situation where, in a situation where we have like um, an individual that is court ordered and they're not ready for change, but they're telling us whatever we want to hear as if they are engaged in compliant in treatment, but really they're just doing it to satisfy their requirements. How do we handle something like that?
Yeah, so in a situation where somebody may be mandated because of a legal process and one reason or another, you can kind of tell that they're not yet engaging the process wholeheartedly and they're more so maybe going through the motions to satisfy the requirement. Um, the thing that I would most recommend for that situation to start with is motivational interviewing. And motivational interviewing and ACT go really well together. I often use them very integrated or blended together. Within ACT, which is also something that we would do in motivational interviewing, my recommendation would be to really focus on their values and focus on what matters most to them, and then build out from there. But something that I think is especially helpful in motivational interviewing is that within motivational interviewing, you're creating the relationship as the foundation of change. And so you're not even going to start really bringing in a whole lot of focus on the change itself until you have that positive engagement. And that can make a big difference. Thanks so much for that question. Any other questions or reactions to this passenger on the bus exercise?
I like what you just said about
I'm sorry, I
values.
got kicked out and I didn't hear your response.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
I see that in person-oriented therapy, you're meeting the person where they're at, and you started with the values, having the person that value the therapy or value the process, and I think that that's important as well, as opposed to going in order, acceptance, cognitive diffusion, and so forth and so on. So you're meeting the person where
Yes,
they're at.
absolutely. And thank you so much for sharing that. We should absolutely be meeting people where they are and then building from there. And something I want to clarify in case it was a a misunderstanding is that with that hexaflex, we can start anywhere on that hexaflex. I happen to start with explaining acceptance and then going around as I explained each point of the hexaflex, but there's no one point of the hexaflex that we necessarily start with. We really start with relationship and building on their strengths. And then as we do that, we can see what parts of the hexaflex might already be present and what parts would kind of be helpful if we help invite them into that part of the hexaflex and build out more of their skills there and their ways of thinking about it there. And then the person who asked the first question, I heard you say that you got kicked out while I was responding. So let me summarize my response there real quickly. With somebody who is mandated, the first thing that comes to mind for me is actually using motivational interviewing with them. And that motivational interviewing can help them really feel a sense of agency and choice within a situation where a lot of their choices are being prescribed to them, they're being told what they need to do in some ways, right? And so motivational interviewing can be a really great tool there, and that both acceptance and commitment therapy and motivational interviewing focus on values, and that values are going to be important when somebody is kind of just going through the motions and trying to satisfy somebody else, and to satisfy a mandate. And that motivational interviewing is especially helpful there because of how it focuses on engagement and relationship first, before we start even talking about goals or change or anything like that. Not to say that ACT can't be used if someone is mandated, it certainly can be, but I myself tend to blend motivational interviewing and acceptance and commitment therapy. And so if I were, in that situation, which I've worked with people mandated many, many times, some of my favorite folks to work with. And there, I tend to really start with motivational interviewing first, and then start to bring in the ACT as we build relationship. Thanks so much, everyone. So now thinking about willingness, right? We talked about willingness in that ACT hexaflex, and we were talking about acceptance. And so here are some ways that we can help introduce the concept of willingness and help to create some space for willingness with the person. So a helpful way to start is to review some of their past efforts to control or avoid substance use within their substance use disorder. From there, we respond with affirming how hard they've been working, right? We gently ask about how all their hard work has worked out so far and listen. It's really critical that we just listen very closely here. And then as we listen, we really validate them. Now we validate that maybe the issue isn't that they aren't trying, but that they need some different tools, right? And then here is now we have kind of set the stage to introduce willingness as a choice. And metaphors can be helpful here, and I'll share a metaphor in a moment. And so, sometimes we talk about the cost of unwillingness, that kind of we avoid that primary pain by using substances, and then that leads to that longer term pain and suffering, right? So the quicksand metaphor is a metaphor that is really helpful here with introducing the concept of willingness. And so quicksand, right, when we are being kind of sucked down into quicksand, our instincts are to struggle, to try to pull our feet out, to try to claw our way out, right? That's what our instinct is. But the more we struggle, the more quickly we sink. And that the way out of quicksand is actually something that's really against our instincts, which is to lie down in it. And as we lie down in it, and it's touching more of our body, right? So rather than standing in it like this and then just sinking down, we're lying down on it, right? And so it's touching more of our body. And that then we create the surface contact with it that allows us to start to gently shift our way out of the quicksand in order to escape it. And so in this same way, all of those internal experiences that we're using substances to avoid, right? It's like quicksand. The more that we use substances to avoid those internal experiences, the more quickly we sink into that pattern, right? Into that substance use disorder. And that we actually need to make the choice to be willing to kind of come into contact, be present with some of those unwanted thoughts, feelings, and sensations in order to be able to not have it just take over our life, right? And just suck us down into that substance use disorder. Now, sometimes, even when we introduce the concept of willingness, people will still have a hard time being willing to come into contact with a feeling that they don't want to feel, right? And so sometimes we'll hear from folks things like, what's the point? I already know what my pain is. Why in the world should I feel it, right? Why in the world should I wallow in it, right? Why should I allow myself to have any kind of contact with it? Sometimes we hear folks say things like, I just want to be happy. I'm not going to make any kind of space for feeling sad or upset or depressed, right? I just want to be happy, right? And so here, within ACT, there is a tool called creative hopelessness. And so this is a method that we use to help people understand the role of willingness and that willingness to be in touch with parts of their experience that might feel painful or undesirable. And so we have a process we go through here. I'm going to walk us through the process, and then we're going to do some small group practice. So the first step is that we ask them, what if they already tried to avoid those internal thoughts, feelings, and sensations that they don't want to feel, right? What if they already tried? And this acronym DOTS can be helpful for mapping that out. So DOTS stands for distraction, opting out, thinking, substances, and other strategies, right? So these are like, what have you already tried to not have to think about that or not feel that way or not have those cravings, right? What have you already tried? From there, we look at workability. How has it worked in the long term, right? Because that's where the cost is the long term. So how's it worked in the long term? And then from there, we look at the costs for each of the DOTS examples. Now, we need to really be validating as we do this, because as people talk through the costs, we don't want them to feel stupid. We don't want them to feel like failures, right? Like, it's really important that we validate them a lot here as we're talking about the costs. Now, because talking about the long-term costs can be really painful, we also then ask them, what's showing up for them right now? So gently asking and then validating those intense feelings that might be showing up, and then normalize it, that this discussion brings up a lot for people, right? That's just part of this discussion. That's a part of it. From there, we summarize and then ask them, right? We summarize what they've shared with us. We summarize the things they've tried, how it's been working for them, how it's leaving them, like how they're feeling based on it. And then we ask them if they're open to trying something new, right? And then from there, it can be helpful to follow up with a metaphor like the quicksand one. That it's actually all the things we're doing to try to control our emotions and avoid what we're feeling that is causing the problem. And so now we're going to do a small group practice. And so you have a handout that is called Join the Dots, and that's one of your handouts. And then you also have handouts that have this activity prompt on it. And so what you're going to do is you're going to take a little time in your group to first reflect on how dots show up in your own life, right? From there, kind of normalize, validate. We all do some of these dots. We all have moments where we say, oh my gosh, I can't think about anything else. I just need to turn my brain off and I'm going to put on a favorite show, or I'm going to put on my favorite music, or I'm going to, scroll and watch, little funny videos, right? So we all do dots in one way or another, right? From there, practice considering the workability of our dots, how they're working for us, and at what cost, right? Like, what are we missing out on instead when we're engaging in those dots? And then, if any challenging feelings come up, practice acceptance and self-compassion. Something that's really important about ACT is that we never pretend that we're somehow immune from this. We never pretend that we don't do dots, or that we don't engage in experiential avoidance, or that we don't get hooked by our thoughts sometimes, right? So we often talk about in ACT that we're dealing with the very same, things, maybe not the exact same thing, like a substance use disorder, maybe not the exact same challenge, but that we are not perfect, and that we often talk about it as, they're climbing up their mountain, we're climbing up our mountain, and as we climb up our mountain, we support them as they're climbing up their mountain, right? But that we're not somehow perfect or better than they are in any kind of way. And so know that we will be doing this small group activity based on our own life and the dots that we do. And so as a part of that, be sure to respect your own boundaries. There may be dots that you do not want to share with the group. That is perfectly fine, right? Respect your own limits and boundaries. This is just so that we can get a sense of understanding how they show up in our lives and how they, impact us in the short term and the long term. And then practice supporting each other as we feel, whatever feelings might be coming up during this exercise. And we will do this for 15 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. So within ACT, we are looking at what is within my control versus outside my control. And then we focus on the things that are within our control. And so outside, because of course we don't want to coach people to just, accept anything that's happening in their lives, and kind of like that would be like giving up or, hopelessness, right? Things like that. And so we're really supporting people towards willingness and acceptance of the things that are outside of their control, while helping to guide their focus towards the things that are inside of their control, right? So here we're looking at things that are outside of our control are my thoughts, feelings, sensations, memories that pop up, whether I achieve my goals, how good I feel while I'm doing what I do, how others judge or perceive me, what happens in the future and what happened in the past, painful losses, most of life's challenges like work stress, illness, injury, natural disasters, economic crisis, the people we love experiencing pain and suffering, and then whether life gives me what I want, right? But within my control, maybe, right? Not wholly within my control always, but that I do have more control and influence over is how I respond to my thoughts, feelings, and sensations and memories. What I say or do to increase my chances of succeeding. How much I focus on or engage in what I do. What I say or do to influence others. What I say or do to influence the future. How I respond to thoughts and feelings about the past. Being self-compassionate. The values I live by and act on, and my self-compassion. And then again, the values that I live by and act on, and how I move towards the things that I want in my life. And so with that, we're going to go ahead and take our break, and we'll come back at 5 after the hour. Thanks so much, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good break. So now we are going to go into working with cravings through acceptance and diffusion. So acceptance and commitment therapy. It's a big deal. It's in the name of the approach. And so there are some ways that acceptance is defined, and it's also helpful to know what acceptance is not. And so acceptance is an alternative to avoidance, right? It's a different choice than avoiding what it is that we are experiencing. By that same token, acceptance is not giving in, it's not failure, it's not merely tolerating something, it's not a technique, and it certainly isn't wallowing in that thought or that feeling or sensation. Acceptance can be understood as an ongoing process, and rather than thinking of it as a technique, we can think of it as a function. And so here, acceptance isn't just about taking away somebody's defenses or measuring their progress by how awful they feel. Instead, acceptance is a process of learning and sometimes very gradually making it more possible for people to be present with their internal experience in a truly open way. And so we often talk about it as like we are making space for that experience inside of us. Acceptance is really important for those of us who are helping. So when helping professionals, whether we're a counselor, recovery coach, or, some other kind of role, when we only accept certain parts of a person, then the message that they receive is that they have to hide everything else about themselves. And sometimes the things that they feel like they have to hide are the things actually that would be the most important for us to know about and talk about. And so it's really important that we are embodying that acceptance. Acceptance is also a choice. So in this way, it's a values-based choice. And so acceptance isn't about having to do something. There can be consequences for not accepting, but there's also no guarantee that acceptance is gonna make it all better either, right? And so acceptance is this kind of values-based leap into being present with whatever is present for us in that moment. And so here, we're not just feeling our feelings to wallow in them, but we're asking folks to be present in our own life, right? Like in their own life. And that as a part of being present in their own life, then that is a really necessary component of being able to then engage in the process of living a values-driven life. And so in this way, it really does, that values-based living requires us to be willing to come into contact with the present moment, be willing to accept the thoughts, feelings, and sensations that are coming up for us in that moment so that we can engage in values-based direction and committed action. And so in this way, for folks who are already trained in DBT, dialectical behavior therapy, some of this might sound really familiar, right? That like the radical acceptance, and that acceptance is a part of change. And then we come to diffusion in ACT. And so diffusion is not the same as distraction, right? I distract myself to take my mind off of something. In diffusion, I fully know very well what is in my mind, what is happening in my body, but I am noticing a thought as a thought rather than taking it as a command, right? Rather than taking it at literally, like I must react a certain way. And so a metaphor that is often used to describe diffusion is the fish. So we'll say a fish is to water the way we are to our thoughts. The fish looks around itself and sees water and thinks, I must be water. We look around our mind and we see thoughts. And so we think we must be our thoughts. And yet the fish is not the water. We are not our thoughts, right? So helping people to understand that who we are notices thoughts, right? The mind produces thoughts, feelings, and sensations, right? This is its job. It's constantly giving us information so that we can navigate our world, so that we can make sense of what's going on, so we can hopefully make some different decisions that guide us to where we want to go. But the mind is doing what the mind does, giving us thoughts, feelings, sensations. But it's up to us to notice those and then select, right? Select which ones we pay more attention to, select how we respond to them, how we work with them, how they inform us, rather than letting them kind of take over. And so now applying these to cravings, some things that can be helpful is understanding cravings. And this is really important information for people in our services to have as well. So this is good psychoeducation. So cravings are a conditioned response where something in our environment or something inside of us activates the craving response, right? It could be, this is where understanding things like people, places, things like halt, right? People may be familiar with this, that if someone is experiencing a craving to use the acronym HALT and checking in, like, so HALT meaning stop, don't do anything just yet, and then check in with yourself. Are you hungry? Are you angry? Are you lonely? Are you tired, right? HALT. So cravings are a conditioned response. They're often an internal body-based experience. We feel cravings in different parts of our body. Cravings peak and fall within 5 to 10 minutes, regardless of whether or not we use. But if we do use in response to a craving, then that use is going to make cravings stronger and more frequent. And so a method that actually comes from Marlett, the work of Alan Marlett, and is really very much aligned with acceptance and commitment therapy, is called urge surfing. And so we're going to do an experiential activity, and the activity that I'm going to use comes from a group curriculum called Mindfulness-Based Sobriety. That group curriculum combines acceptance commitment therapy, relapse prevention therapy, and motivational interviewing. All three of these are very, very they work very well together, is what I'll say. And so the activity I'm going to use comes from that. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to get comfortable in our chair. If it's more comfortable for you to lie down, you're welcome to lie down as well. Go ahead and close your eyes, or just soften your gaze, allowing your gaze to fall towards the floor. Notice your breath going in and going out. Allowing your breath to go slower and deeper. Think of a kind of situation where you feel the urge to react impulsively. That reaction may be substance use, it might be an angry outburst, it might be a favorite dessert, right? But some kind of situation where you feel the urge to react impulsively. Pick a situation that's challenging, but not one that's overwhelming. The purpose of this exercise is to experience and observe the urge to react while not reacting, to have a gentle and curious approach towards that urge. You might pick a situation you've experienced in the past, one where you experienced cravings or urges to do something that is inconsistent with your values and goals. It's important to note that some of you might not experience an actual urge or craving during this exercise. That's not uncommon. Just do your best to follow the exercise and use it as a practice round for real-life experiences. We will imagine that we're in the situation and that you do not engage in the reactive behavior. If the situation begins to feel overwhelming during this exercise, pick a less challenging situation to think about. If it's still overwhelming, open your eyes for a little bit, move around in your seat, focus on your immediate sensations, like the feeling of your body sitting in the chair or your feet on the floor. sounds around you, things like that. And then you can close your eyes again as you feel more comfortable. Now the exercise will begin. In your mind's eye, picture the challenging situation. I'll give you a minute or so of silence while you imagine it. You may notice thoughts, emotions, or physical sensations that come and go. If cravings or urges come up, just notice them. Notice how the cravings and urges are like waves. They rise, they crest, and they fall. This pattern continues. Stay with the experience. Observe the waves. Even though you're not reacting, the cravings and urges fall. They subside. They may rise again and subside again. You are like a surfer riding the waves. You may enjoy the freedom of observing while not needing to react. Some cravings and urges are more intense than others. Some are like small waves, while others are more like ocean or tidal waves. Notice that you can be present and not react. You can experience cravings and urges and not react. Now, you may let go the scenario and start to notice your breathing again. Breathing in and out. And when you feel ready, you can wiggle your fingers and toes. Start to open your eyes and join us again. Welcome back, everyone. So there are some different ways that we can talk about acceptance and diffusion and support people in applying them to cravings. So with acceptance, we might say things like, let's make room for, right? Where we're noticing it, we're naming it, we're making space for it by just observing it while continuing to breathe. We might notice the urge. So instead of fighting it, just noticing, naming, and normalizing it as a part of your experience that comes and goes. It won't be here forever. We can also talk about just allowing it to be as it is in this moment, right? When we don't wrestle with it, a lot of times it's much more easy for it to just flow through us and keep moving. The quicksand metaphor can be helpful here too. With diffusion, we can model, right, some of that in our language. You're having the thought that, oh, this is a big wave that's come, right? You're experiencing this. Where do you feel it in your body, right? Helping people to, again, notice it from that observing self. Another way we can do this is just holding that thought as a butterfly on our finger, right? That a butterfly on our finger, it can just be there and then it's going to fly away when it's ready. If we try to grab it, we're going to crush it, right? So just letting it be. And then the passengers in the bus metaphor can be helpful here as well. So what we're going to do now in small groups is that we're going to practice leading urge surfing. Urge surfing is something that can be done in individual services as well as groups. And so in your small group, you can lead it as if you're leading a group. And then you can also get some feedback afterwards around what was helpful and maybe what to try different time. So within urge surfing, we've broken it down to 3 basic steps. The first is mindfulness. So as the person leading the group, you are going to lead them to turn their attention inward to notice how and where they're sensing cravings in their body. From there, you're going to guide them to focus on the area of their body where they're experiencing the urge, and then non-judgmentally describe those physical sensations to themselves as they notice it. And then you're going to lead that group and help coach them to ride out that craving, releasing tension with each breath. And then, right, as cravings rise and fall in one part of our body, sometimes another part of our body starts to wake up a little bit and say, me, I'm feeling a craving. And so as that group leader, you're going to help them to continue to be looking inside, noticing their body, and then shifting their focus to a different part of their body to repeat that mindfulness and riding out that craving as the urge subsides. And then we will do this together for 15 minutes. So we're going to open up those breakout rooms. Welcome back, folks. We'll just give folks a few moments here to make it back from their breakout room. All right, welcome back, everyone. So some common pitfalls to avoid when it comes to using acceptance and diffusion to help people manage cravings. We don't want to move too fast. We don't want to argue with thoughts, right? That is giving them too much power. That is just getting wrapped up in them, right? We're here for that diffusion and that acceptance. We don't want to confuse acceptance with compliance, right? Compliance is just kind of like going along with something, and acceptance is something that's based in choice. And we also want to be careful that we're not invalidating or pathologizing what people have done to make it to this moment. Instead, it's important to validate, normalize, and then focus on that long-term workability, right? How does that work in the long term? Where does your bus go in the long term, right? If we keep doing that. So now we're going to go into talking about trauma and self as context. So shame and trauma in ACT. We know that stigma and shame are common experiences that drive substance use disorders. We also know that trauma responses are often met with experiential avoidance, meaning that when we're experiencing those trauma responses, very often we try to do these kind of away moves so that we don't have to experience as intensely some of that trauma activation. Here, it's important that we still keep that validating stance. So understanding that avoidance is a survival strategy. And so we, again, normalize, validate, and then focus on that long-term workability. Here, we're trying to expand people's capacity without overwhelming them, right? And so we often talk about this window of tolerance in trauma work. So in trauma work, people may, as people try to avoid and block out a lot of the things that are distressing about their trauma activation, they also tend to block out the good, the joy, the peace, right? And that's where people can get left with really overwhelming sense of numbness. And so here we need to be aware of what is somebody's window of tolerance? What can they kind of have access to feeling in this moment without getting overwhelmed, without getting flooded? And then from there, work with them to help gently and gradually expand that window of tolerance. And so there's many ways that we do that, and that can be done with lots of different approaches. And so within ACT, we want to also keep that lens. One thing that we can do that can be helpful, that is used in a lot of different kinds of therapeutic approaches, is create a scale with a person. That scale is normally called the subjective units of distress scale. So you make a scale with somebody. I'm a fan of just 1 to 10, kind of keeping it simple, where 1 is that they have no trauma activation, and 10 is that they are really having kind of the highest level of that internal trauma material, that trauma activation that they're experiencing. And so then you have them describe to you, what are you thinking, feeling, what's it like for you when you're at a 1? What's it like for you when you're at a 10? What does a 5 look like for you? And then I try to get a point kind of between the 1 and the 5, between the 5 and the 10, so that we can have some anchors kind of described here. And then as we're working with somebody, we might ask them, on your SUD scale, 1 to 10, where are you right now? right? And kind of can use that as a tool to continue to check in with them, to get a sense of, are we in that sweet spot? Are we within that window of tolerance? Can we expand it a little more? Or are we at a place where they're starting to get flooded and we actually need to kind of back off and do some different practices that help them ground in the here and now and reestablish some safety in their body? So something that's really helpful in ACT here is self as content versus self as context. So the conceptualized self, that's the self as content. So that's our thoughts, feelings, sensations, our memories, and even our personal qualities and our sense of identity. It's not uncommon for people to have a really specific conceptual self that then rules their life. And so we might think about someone who experienced abuse in childhood and how they may tell themselves a story about how they may be broken, right? We might think about, a mom who is self-sacrificing and takes care of everyone around her and isn't, making space and doesn't maybe have space to care for herself. And she may take on maybe the identity of being a martyr for others, of really being self-sacrificing in this way, and hold on to that as part of her identity, right? Part of like who she is, what makes her her. A lot of these self-made concepts, when they're very inflexible, can lead to pain and struggle, especially if their values are lost as a result, right? Things that are important to them get lost within that self-concept. The way that we, our memories very often and the way we talk about ourselves and experience ourselves can be very verbal. And so the way that we connect to ourselves very often is through language. And language is very tied into how we make memory. That's why many of the memories before we have language tend to not be as accessible for us. And so something here is understanding how the words we use really impact our sense of self and what we have access to inside of ourselves. And these stories that we tell ourselves about our experience, they're really only a small part of our very vast awareness and experience. And so part of connecting to ourself as context is understanding that there's so much more to us than the stories we tell ourselves. And so here, then, the self as context is the observer self. The observer self is continuous, right? That observer self is always there. Right? One day I might feel happy. The next day I might feel outraged. The next day, right? The next moment I might feel exhausted, right? But the observer self is continuous and stable. As such, it's hard to define. It's hard to put into words. We can think about it as the space where experience happens, right? The space that is the pure awareness, that is the space where the thoughts and the feelings, the sensations, the memories all come in and out of. And so when we can connect to that observer self, we're much more able to notice those really challenging passengers on the bus from a place of cognitive diffusion. It's like sitting on that dock and being able to dip our toes in the river of our life, right? Doesn't mean we're not in our life. Actually, connecting to that observer self helps us to get much more active in our life rather than feeling like we're just getting swept off by the river or we're getting, derailed by the passengers. Another way to think about the observer self versus the conceptualized self is to think about a spider in a web. So the spider in the web, the spider is the observer self that spins the web, right? And the web is the conceptualized self that is all the stories we tell, right? All the stories that we tell ourselves about who we are and what's happened to us and what we do and what we feel. And so some of the ways that I talk about it with people in my care and community members I work with in therapy is I'll talk about, the mind does what the mind does. It produces thoughts, feelings, sensations, memories, right? And so the web in the spider web, right? The spider in the web is doing what the web does. It's catching all these little snacks. It's catching whatever is flying by, right? And that right, we're different than that web. We have a role in making the web. We live in the center of the web, but we aren't the spider web, right? We're the spider who then might notice something that got caught in the web and might go, that's really helpful. That is nourishing for me. Yes, I'm going to take that in. And at the same time, we might notice something else that got caught in the web and go, yeah, that's not going to feed me. That's not as helpful, right? That just got caught up in the web because it happened to get blown by. But that's not something that I actually need to do anything with, and I can just leave that there. So now we're going to do an experiential activity to help us connect with this experience of the observer self. And so we're going to begin by just getting settled, right? Getting comfortable in your seat, really sitting deeply, allowing your chair to hold you. Or if you're more comfortable lying down, going ahead and getting comfortable lying down. Continuing to look inside, closing our eyes, or just softening our gaze and allowing our gaze to fall towards the floor. Noticing our breath, allowing our breath to get longer and deeper. Breathing in and out. Breathing in and out. Imagine you're lying on your back on a warm summer night in the middle of a field. You're gazing up into a black night sky. You see countless stars in the expanse of the sky. Give yourself a moment to imagine what you might see. Now I invite you to imagine that you are the sky looking down on the earth below you. As the sky, you might notice that the weather is constantly changing. You might also notice that even as the weather changes, for example, storm clouds roll in and pass, the sky doesn't change. There's a part of you that's like the sky. The clouds and weather are like your feelings and thoughts, constantly changing. Sometimes your thoughts and feelings are electric and frightening, like a thunderstorm. Sometimes they're clear and warm, like a sunny spring day. What's certain about the weather is that it will change. And what's certain about your thoughts and feelings is that they will change too, just like the weather. Notice how, from the beginning of this exercise, you've had many different thoughts floating through you like clouds through the sky. Yet the sky is unaffected by the cloud, just as it's unaffected by any type of weather. Similarly, the you that contains thoughts and feelings isn't affected by or harmed by these experiences, no matter how difficult, painful, or scary they are. There's a part of you that's like the sky, containing all of your experiences, thoughts, feelings, sensations, but isn't the same as your experiences. It's larger than them. Even if sometimes the clouds are so thick that you can't see the sky that contains them, the sky's always there, unchanged. Through practice, you can learn to access this part of you that's like the sky, unharmed by experience. It is from this part that you can make room for difficult thoughts and feelings, for all of your thoughts and feelings. Start to notice your breath again, in and out. When you're ready, wiggle your fingers and toes. Remember where you are. Open your eyes and join us again. Thanks so much, everyone, for engaging in that activity with me. This is a part of acceptance and commitment therapy that is very abstract, and so is best accessed through these kinds of experiences, through people being able to have that felt sense, and then accessed through metaphor. That metaphor can explain things that words don't reach. So now we're going to do this activity together. This activity comes from that group curriculum that I mentioned earlier called Mindfulness-Based Sobriety. When I was a director of substance use disorder treatment programs where we did co-occurring mental health care, that was one of the group curriculums we used. And so it's originally titled Me versus My Addiction, and I've reframed that as Untangling Me from the Substance Use Disorder. So this is something we're going to do together. First, you want to get a piece of paper. So you want to get something that you can write on and something to write with, of course. So here, what you're going to do is that you are going to draw a line down the middle of your paper. And so you're going to draw that line down the middle of your paper. On one side, you're going to write me. On the other side, you're going to write SUD. Let me back up. If you are a person who has lived experience of substance use disorder, like I am, you can use yourself. So write me on one side. Now, if you are a person who does not have experience with a lived experience of a substance use disorder, or maybe that feels too fresh right now and you don't want to focus on that, think about somebody who has had a substance use disorder who you have had the honor to support. It might be a close friend or family member. It might be a person in your services. And then you can write their name at the top rather than writing me. Now, what we're going to do is that we're going to write and draw on one side the person, right? Me, the me who is me, the person who is that person outside of the substance use disorder. And then on the opposite side of that line, we're going to write and draw the qualities and the behaviors that are related to the substance use disorder, right? So really untangling who the person is versus the substance use disorder. We'll have some silence here for a couple of minutes as we do this. And then when we come back together, I'd love to hear from one or two people about their experience doing this activity. All right, we're going to come back together. You're welcome to keep writing and drawing, but now I'd love to hear from one or two people who would be open to sharing their experience doing this activity.
I can share a little bit. It was definitely challenging. So I'm not a person with lived experience, but have some members of my family who are in recovery. So it was definitely, it was challenging just to kind of think back and like try to untangle the behaviors from the person. It could just be the person I chose. It was difficult, but yeah, it was definitely something as I realized making the list, like it was very difficult to divide like what went where. And yeah, it was a lot harder than I thought.
Yeah, it absolutely can be very challenging, especially when it's somebody close to us from our personal life, right? Because we're in the mix, we're impacted. And so this is exactly why, right? It gets so fused together. It's like a big ball of wax. And then it takes some practice and kind of returning to continue untangling it. Thank you so much for sharing that. Is there someone else who'd also like to share their experience?
This is Robert. Just looking at the experiment, I was thinking about one of my clients and how shame-based he is, um, and just trying to separate him from his addiction, which is very intertwined. A lot of anger. Um, he's a good person. He's a hard worker, and he's a father, but doesn't feel like a father because he's done a lot of time in prison. And when he's come home and tried to be a father, he wasn't accepted. It's hard to be accepted when you don't accept yourself. Um, and in doing this little um, exercise, um, what I attempt to do is try to help him understand that he is not his addiction. It's what he did, but he is a good person, um, trying to work out his addiction or trying to manage his life, um, past his addictive behaviors. So
Yes. Yes. Thank you so much for sharing your experience doing this exercise, and it's incredibly challenging when we have returned home, and one of the things we want most is reestablishing those connections with people who we love and we care about, and that it takes time and it takes a lot of effort, and even then it's outside of our control, right? Even all we can do is put in the effort and the time, and then ultimately they may choose or they may not choose to reestablish that relationship with us. And I know that that is something that it's really common amongst people navigating recovery, is trying to heal some of those past hurts with children, with other loved ones, and especially when there's been a forced separation like incarceration. Thank you for seeing him beyond his substance use disorder and for holding up that mirror to him so he can start to see himself too. I wonder how he might react to this kind of activity. Well, thanks so much, everyone. And as I mentioned before, it can be done in groups and it can also be done one-on-one. So then trauma-informed acceptance and commitment therapy. So these are the ACT principles to pay special attention to when you're working with people who are experiencing trauma. So you want to be really intentional about inviting the community members' voice and their choice in services. So many times I might let them know a little bit about, I might describe, something about ACT that I think might be helpful. And then I might ask them, does that feel like something that would be helpful to do together today? Or would you be open to exploring that more together today? Or where's your energy at? Do you feel like you have space and energy for that today? So really inviting their informed choice in services, honoring their pacing in the healing process and what phase of healing they're in, right? Noticing that, meeting them where they are, anticipating and then being ready to respond to their sense of overwhelm, distress, and their need for safety. Far too often our services are built around the idea of supporting people who aren't experiencing problems and aren't experiencing distress. And if we build our services more with the reality that many people that we're meeting are experiencing very intense distress, are experiencing crisis, then our approach to them changes and our services and the accessibility of our services also is improved. And so really being ready for some of that distress and that need for safety. Really normalizing their struggles and validating how hard they're working, especially when their hard work also causes hardship and distress in their lives. And so sometimes we want to really, sometimes we're afraid that if we're neutral around setbacks and recovery, that we're somehow like giving people permission to have more setbacks, and that's just not really how it works. That people experience setbacks, and that's a part of recovery, or can be a part of recovery, and that we're here to really validate them, to neutralize shame, to let them know that that they're still, they're working hard. They're working hard to be able to move forward in their life, and that we just need some different tools here, and that these setbacks are more information for what tools do and don't work for them. And then, as you can tell, mindfulness is a part of acceptance and commitment therapy. And mindfulness can be, people can have a lot of mixed feelings around mindfulness and even the word mindfulness. And so I encourage folks to use a variety of mindfulness exercises, and honestly, to just kind of not even use the term mindfulness unless the person already knows it and has kind of a good association with it. Because a lot of times people hear the word mindfulness and what they're actually thinking about is meditation. And mindfulness is different than meditation. They have some overlap, but they're not the same. And so here, it can be really important to say things like, I had some ideas for some things we could do together that might help with really helping to notice our thoughts as thoughts, feelings as feelings, and can kind of help us practice directing our attention, to focusing on, if you've used, for example, passengers on the bus, you might say to really direct our focus towards the road of our life and driving towards what matters, and just kind of, not getting caught up with fighting with the passengers on the bus. There are some different ways that we could go around practicing some of the skills that make that easier. Here are some different things I have in mind, describing a few different mindfulness exercises. And then from there saying, do any of those sound like something that we could try or we could get started with and see how it goes? I find that very often, especially in the beginning, more active forms of mindfulness are going to be more easy for people to get started with. A lot of times people experience a lot of self-judgment with mindfulness, or will say like, I can't do it, or I had a terrible session, or I'm so bad at it, right? And so normalizing, there's no thing that you're supposed to be doing well right now. Whatever came up while you were doing this is whatever needed to come up. That's all. Your session, your practice is your practice. There's no good or bad way that it happened. It's just was. Um, and so, thinking about, for example, one that I often offer to folks in the beginning is, can we kind of draw a circle? And we'll both be drawing a circle. And then as we're drawing the circle, we're just noticing our breath, and we're noticing what thoughts and feelings and sensations are coming up while we continue to draw the circle, right? And so that's a more active form of mindfulness where there's movement happening while they're practicing mindfulness. And let me define mindfulness real quick. So mindfulness, there's this really beautiful definition that I love. It comes from Jon Kabat-Zinn that has 4 components. So it's paying attention on purpose in the present moment, non-judgmentally. Right? I'm going to say it again. 4 qualities of mindfulness. Paying attention in the present moment, on purpose, non-judgmentally. And so when we break it down that way, it becomes a lot easier for people to wrap their head around. It doesn't sound like some, kind of far off thing that sounds really hard, right? And then we can introduce these different active ways of doing it. And then from there, go more into those still ways of doing it, those ways that bring stillness in. Walking mindfulness or being outside, practicing mindfulness activities that are outside can be really helpful. And then, of course, there are all kinds of mindfulness recordings and things available now, videos, audio recordings that people can find helpful as well. When I'm introducing mindfulness, there are some different metaphors sometimes I'll use, and I'll try to adapt the metaphor to something that relates to the person's life. So, and I'll often talk about how, this is practice for being able to notice our thoughts, feelings, and sensations as what they truly are, rather than taking them as commands or taking them literally or feeling like we have to react to them, right? And that practicing is what helps us be able to do it when it's hard, right? It's what helps us be able to keep showing up and being present and doing the things that matter to us, even when it's uncomfortable. And so, for example, when I worked with somebody who used to be a boxer, I asked him, well, what would happen if you got in the ring and you hadn't been training? And he said, I'd get knocked out. Right. This is what that practice is, right? Right now, you're feeling really tossed about by your thoughts and feelings and sensations. And this is the practice to help you get in the ring and stay present with those thoughts and feelings and sensations while continuing to do what matters in your life. For someone who was younger and played video games, and people of all ages play video games, so I'm not trying to imply anything. It just happened to be somebody who was younger and played video games. And so I asked them, what would happen if you went to fight the boss and you had skipped all the previous levels and you didn't have the right, shield and sword and you hadn't learned what the different fighting moves were in the video game? They said, I'd never be able to get past the big boss, right? And so, yeah, that's what this practice is. It's practice. for day-to-day life. It's practice. Sometimes people also confuse mindfulness with feeling relaxed, and that so it can also be helpful with clarifying that the point of mindfulness is not relaxation. We can do relaxation exercises, that's different, right? We can do progressive muscle relaxation. We can do all kinds of, guided imagery, right? We can do all kinds of relaxation exercises. And that sometimes people, as kind of a side effect of mindfulness practice, might feel relaxed. But the goal of mindfulness is not feeling relaxed. It's to be able to be present without having to react, and then being able to select our actions and direct our actions based on values. And so clarifying that can help, because then people aren't like judging their mindfulness practice and going, oh, I'm so bad at it, or that was terrible, right? Because then they're realizing, wait a second, that's not what it's about. So now we are going to go into values and committed action. And so here we have our final poll question for you. How often do you incorporate a person's core values into their services? And here we have a range of potential responses from always to never. And we'll give you about 30 seconds to just, think about that. Click the one that is closest to your experience, and then we'll share it with the group.
And it looks like
Are we at a place?
there's a few always, a few sometimes, and the majority say most of the time.
Great. Excellent. So it seems like most everyone is incorporating values in one way or another. Beautiful. Because ACT is all about core values. So values and ACT, as well as broader recovery. So our core values are not the same as goals. Values have to do with what matters most to us, and they're in the here and now. Whereas goals are about the future. They're about where we want to go to. Now, our values our goals need to be rooted within our values. So our values help give weight to our goals and then guide our efforts towards those goals. Values never need to be justified. What matters most to you is just what matters most to you, right? I don't have to explain to anyone why family is a core value of mine, right? I don't have to explain to anyone why the things that are the most important to me, right, are the things that are most important to me. And so in this way, they don't need to be justified. But being able to be anchored in our values is what gives us that ability to move towards our goals when it's challenging, right? So in this way, that meaning helps to buffer the discomfort and the distress we might feel.
Gabriela.
Values also help. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I believe there's a question. Jen Isabel, did you have a question?
I did. Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to know practically, how do you typically gauge for the values? Do you just flat out ask your patients, or is there any particular way that you arrive at knowing what their values are?
Yeah, thanks so much for that question. And I'm actually gonna answer it in just a couple sentences. So I'm gonna go back to saying what I was saying, but then basically, like the sentence after the next couple ones will answer your question. So values help shift focus from symptom management. So shift focus away from some of those passengers on the bus to then living a life that is personally meaningful, whether or not those passengers are loud, whether or not those passengers are present or not. There's a lot of different ways to identify and clarify values. So one of the ways to do it is using a values card sort. So people can have a deck of cards that have different values on them and then talk about what, they usually have a word and then give a little description of what the value is. Now, if a person finds that word to be meaningful, but they define it a different way, that's perfectly fine. They don't have to, buy into the way it's described on that card. There's also a virtual values card sort for people who want to use it and do it virtually. I personally find the virtual values card sort to be a little visually overwhelming because it's kind of, I will say for me, a little hard to have so many different cards kind of like on a screen, but some people love it. And so that's where we want to offer choices and see what people like. If you're using a card sort, you're going to sort it into 3 different piles. The values that are the most important to me, the values that definitely don't matter to me, and then the values that are, they're kind of important to me. So once we get it into those 3 piles, then from there, we go to the values that are the most important, and then we help people to really pare it down to a top 10 or a top 5 or maybe even a top 3, as well as help them clarify it. What does that mean to them? How does it show up in their life? How is it maybe not showing up in their life? Some things, so there's the values card sort. There's also lots of just lists of values available online. And I believe that one of your handouts actually is a values list, I think. But if not, you can search for it online and there's tons of values lists out there. With a values list, you might have people go through and first just cross off the ones that don't really matter to them. And then from there, you might have them, maybe put a check mark next to the ones that do matter to them. And then have them circle the ones that are the most important. And talking, through it and what does it mean to them and how does it show up, right? The same as a values card sort. Now, something to note here is that values often need to be prioritized, right? Values can be in conflict with each other. And so there are times that people will find that, these 2 values are really important to me. But if I go all in on this one's getting sacrificed, right? And so how do we balance them? And then which one ends up being more important? Like, for example, someone might have a value around having integrity, and then they also might have a value around safety. And there may be times where having full integrity might increase some risk to them in certain ways. And so how do they balance those and which one do they prioritize, right? Because having integrity means being in alignment with your principles, even when it's inconvenient, they may end up, prioritizing the value of integrity over safety in that moment. Or the other way around. Maybe in that moment, they're looking, or that situation, they're looking at, what? My safety, compromising my safety is one thing, but compromising the safety of my child is something that I'm not willing to do. And so I may need to compromise some of my integrity, my value of integrity, in order to protect my child in this moment, right? So values can be in conflict with each other and may need to be prioritized. And for that reason, they're best held lightly. We don't want to get, stuck. We want to continue to have psychological flexibility around these values. Values do need to be freely chosen, They often include thoughts about ourselves as well as others. So, in the example I just gave, safety pertaining to self as well as one's family, for example. And if a person isn't clear on their values, it can put up a lot of barriers to being able to do what matters, right? Like, how do we know what matters without being rooted in values? And if a person is putting up a lot of barriers to even talking about their values, that might indicate that they have a really high experiential avoidance and that this is a good time to respond in ways that support their cognitive diffusion and their self-compassion and their acceptance. Now, doing values work requires us as the helpers to have a sense of our own values so that we're aware of when we might be really kind of pushing our values without meaning to or projecting our values onto somebody else. And we want to make sure that we are really focused on them within their values and not projecting ours onto them. And so what we're going to do next is this small group values activity. And this is one where you're reflecting and then discussing again while honoring your own boundaries. And so first, we're going to look at our own values and our alignment with our values. So what do you most stand for in your work as a helping professional? And where are your current actions aligned or misaligned with your values? From there, barriers and self-relationship. What internal barriers tend to pull you away from your values? And how do you want to relate to yourself when those barriers show up, right? Relating to ourselves with kindness, with curiosity, right? Like, how do you want to relate to yourself when you encounter those barriers? And then third, committed action. So thinking of a current client, what is one concrete action you could take that would more fully express your professional values? How might you move forward with values aligned action if and when that discomfort comes up? And so we are going to do this small group activity for the next 10 minutes. Welcome back, folks. So now we're going to talk about moving from values to committed action. So here we're going to, with compassion and care, help people reflect on their current life directions in relation to their values. Where are they driving their bus? How does that match up with what matters most to them? We help people set goals based on their values. And here it's going to be important to differentiate between the process and outcome. The process is what's more likely to be within our control. The outcome is what we have less control over. So for example, the thinking about reestablishing relationships with family. I can reach out. I can act in ways that could help reestablish trust. I can try to create opportunities for us to have, recovery-oriented, positive time together. But at the end of the day, right, that's the process. That's what's within my control. At the end of the day, I don't control how the other person receives me and my action and my attempts to rebuild relationship. That's the outcome. So within a treatment plan, for example, we might have some goals that are focused on the outcome that we are working towards, but then the objectives, that's the process. That is what is more within our control. We want to then draw from our different skill sets, including our behavioral skill set, things like skills training, role play, behavioral activation, to help support their values-based action. We can start with tiny actions that help build momentum. And here, remembering that that action can be external, it can be observable behavior, or it can be internal. It can be mental, emotional, something that is inside of us, right? And so we can start with those tiny actions that help build momentum while also anticipating and troubleshooting barriers that come up. Some skills that are helpful here can be functional analysis skills that are commonly used in things like DBT and relapse prevention therapy. Those can be really helpful here. Now, supporting continuing recovery with ACT, this is where we get into values-based avoidance. So while ACT in and of itself is not going to coach people on avoidance broadly, there can be values-based avoidance that comes in. And so this specifically, this kind of table here that helps us decide when and how to engage avoidance comes from mindfulness-based sobriety. And so here we look at, is the value high? Like, what's the value and what's the risk to my recovery, right? If the value is high, but the risk is low, then we want to go for it. We want to be actively finding those different things to bring into our life. If the value is low, but the risk is high, then that's something to avoid long term. It doesn't matter to us. It's not important to us. And it's a high risk. Yeah, just don't go there. Now, when the value is high and the risk is high, then what do we do then? Well, with values-based avoidance, we avoid short term. So that means that we avoid that situation while we're actively building up our skills, our recovery management skills, our internal and external supports to continue building that life of recovery. And then once we have more of that built up with the appropriate kind of recovery maintenance plan, we then go into that situation again. Because at the end of the day, what we don't want is people's lives getting so tiny and narrow, right? That then recovery isn't worth it. Like, why would I even do that? If recovery means missing my granddaughter's wedding because there's going to be alcohol served, what's the point, right? If my core value is family, for example. So that is how we use values-based avoidance in ACT. So some key takeaways for our time together today. Pain is a part of life. Avoidance is normal and understandable, but tends to create more pain. Values are grounding and help create direction in our life. And symptoms don't need to be eliminated in order to start moving towards what matters. And so here, that recovery isn't about eliminating pain. It's about making room for it while building a life that's personally meaningful. So with that, I want to say thank you very, very much and open the floor for questions.
Gabriela, while we're waiting on participants either type or unmute and ask questions, I did have a couple of questions going back to urge surfing. The first person asked if that activity is from the book Emotional Chaos to Clarity. Do you know?
No, it's from the book Mindfulness-Based Sobriety.
Okay, and I believe that answers the second question. Somebody asked what the name of the curriculum is. And it's mindfulness-based sobriety. Thank you. I see a question that says, what is meant by risk?
So what we mean by risk in this values-based avoidance is risk to a person's recovery goals.
And while we're giving it another moment for questions, Gabriela, we're getting a lot of thank yous and comments about how helpful and enjoyable this training was. I know you can't see the chat at the moment, but a lot of positive comments coming your way.
I'm so glad it's been helpful. And what I'll say too is that I know it's a lot of information and really focus on the parts you're already doing that are a part of ACT. And then see how you can start to just introduce small pieces, right? A metaphor here, an example there, right? So just see how you can build in those small pieces. I encourage you to get started with it kind of sooner rather than later, because then we start to forget and it gets harder. And values work. So many of you are already incorporating values. So that's a great entry point to continue growing your use of ACT.
Gabriela, is there a certification process for ACT? Somebody wants to know if you can get certified. In fact, there are a couple of questions that have just come in about ACT certification.
You know, I'm not familiar with there being a certification for ACT, although I know more and more that is a growing trend. So because therapy certifications aren't governed by just one body, like for example, to be a certified alcohol and other drug counselor, that is certified by a body within the state, right? But when it comes to being certified in a therapeutic approach, anyone who has kind of like credibility in creating a certification can go ahead and create a certification. So someone may have a certification at this point, but I'm not familiar with one offhand.
Thank you. And a comment I just wanted to point out, somebody just commented and said they really enjoyed your low tone of voice and bringing the information, and that it welcomed them to listen.
Thank you. All right. So I think with that, I'll hand it back to you, Robert.
Unfortunately, that is all the time we have for today. We hope you enjoyed this workshop. Thank you so much, Gabriela, for your time and the wonderful presentation. If you have any further questions, you may contact Gabriela at the email on screen. Please note a couple of business items before we conclude. The evaluation will automatically populate at the end of the workshop. You will also receive an email with the evaluation link in 24 hours. The evaluation deadline is 3 business days from today. Email training@floridabha.org if you have any questions or need any assistance. Certificates will be emailed to the email address you used to register for today's workshop within 30 business days. For licensed healthcare practitioners, CEUs will be reported to CE Broker within the same time frame. You must have attended the entire workshop and completed the evaluation to receive a Certificate of Achievement in or CEUs. We are not permitted to provide partial credit. As a reminder, the recording and materials used in today's presentation will be available on the FADA website within 30 business days. To access the recording, PowerPoint, and participant activity guide, visit www.fada.org, navigate to the Resource Center, and click on Training Library. Thank you for participating in today's workshop. Again, thank you, Gabriela, for all the work you put into this workshop and all the valuable information you shared with us today. We'd also like to recognize and thank the Florida Department of Children and Families for funding today's workshop. Have a great day, everyone, and please hold for the evaluation.